on. So I know the stream is a bit earlier than the typical ones, but I woke up with some type of mission in mind. So I don't know, I'm thinking about seeing this this ether glass, this phantom glass, and after doing like my little, what is it? After doing a little bit of a complaining session about the grind to come, people are just like, I suppose, settling on doing leveling roulette because it gives the most rewards. And like also when it comes to the roulettes, I believe the leveling roulette for any of the roulettes itself, that it gives you the most variety. I believe there's a lot of there's like a deeper selection there, so you should be queuing into stuff. It shouldn't be like yesterday where I was sitting in queue for almost 2 hours for the first walk, which is absolutely ridiculous. But this morning I have my tea. I was like looking at my VOD from yesterday, and I'm like sitting here most of the time on the second half of my stream, just sipping my tea and reading things. Sorry, sometimes I space, but yeah, I have my matcha. It's delicious. And then I didn't really have much going on this morning, but last night I did go out. I went to meet up with a friend, and we went to a local bar. I guess that's what you can call it. Bar arcade called Level 1. First time I had ever been there. I had, what did I have when I went there? He bought me a kilt lifter, and we had like 2 house like Tuesday margaritas. Those are pretty good too. And then we played, what did we play? We played like an what's it called? There's a game called like something of Fighters. I forget the name slipping me right now, but it's an old arcade game. It has like fighters like Yori and Terry Bogart, and just really fun game. I won one and he won one, like round, and then we played what did we play? We played darts. So I'd never played darts before, and this one was like an electronic dartboard, which is pretty cool. So you just throw the plastic tip darts at a normal dartboard, but like the thing is this thing's also online, and you can play with like other people in the country if you're playing alone, or you can just play 2-player with like a buddy that you have there. And swear to God, both times I beat him. Like, and he comes from playing darts. And I didn't know that, like, you apparently you start, well, there's many dart games apparently, but like a standard dart game, you start at 301 points, and then your goal is to hit 0 exactly without going over. And you know, there was a couple throws that I got where the dart missed the board entirely. Only 2, because I guess I'm like trying to work on like my velocity, like how fast or hard I'm throwing the dart. But I ended up hitting exactly 0 the first round, and then he wanted a rematch because, you know, I mean I would want a rematch too if I lost. The thing is the first round he wasn't even that close. Like, he wasn't even that close to hitting 0. The second round, however, we were closer. We were like neck and neck. But I think he got down to like 53 points, or maybe 29 points remaining, and all I needed was a 2, and I threw that dart and it hit it like right in the corner. If it moved just a hair more, I would have gone over. and it would have reset, you know, my score to the amount prior to the turn. But I hit it right onto. He was flabbergasted. He was completely flabbergasted. But it was a really fun time, and like level 1 is like one of the very few places apparently in the downtown Mesa area that stays open past like 10, 11 even. They stay open till 2 a.m. Last call is like 1:45 during the week. And then they also have like a speakeasy that you can like go down. And that's only open Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I definitely want to go do that, but there are people that like left their coins around because on Tuesdays when you order a drink, you apparently get tokens for the arcade machines for free. There's people who were there and then they like left, but they left their tokens everywhere, and I told him to grab them and he did. So next time we'll have coins and tokens next time we go there. So that'll be cool. And then after that, we decided to like go back to his place. He had just moved. He and I don't want to go like too much into his personal stuff, but like he had a relationship that ended, and amicably, and then he had to move out like just after Thanksgiving. Well, didn't have to, he wanted to, and he found like this really cool place like downtown Mesa essentially, and he has like a really, really cute kitty that I'm pretending that I don't want, but she's super cute. And apparently she was a stray, but like you could never tell. She was just a really, really gorgeous cat. And we watched a movie called Barbarian. Now, I'm on a limited time because I have to get home and like my car has to be parked by 2300. Otherwise my insurance rates will like skyrocket because I drive a Tesla and I'm through Tesla insurance, and they have restrictions on Tesla drivers that use Tesla insurance in other states other than California where Tesla's based. So it used to be stricter before. Apparently, I've been looking like some of the Reddit threads, like a year ago or so. But apparently, people that did not live in California used to had to be like home parked, not moving their car between the hours of like 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. or something like that. It was something crazy. But now it's only 11 p.m. to 4 a.m. But still, like, what if you work a job that you get off of work late, or you need to show up to work early or something? You have to drive between those hours. It's kind of bullshit. But rather than going with Progressive, they wanted like $380 a month when I first got my car. Once I first got my Tesla. I don't know why they were trying to charge me that much. It wasn't like a brand new same year model or anything like that, but they wanted $380 a month. And I was like, this is not going to work for me. So I tried Tesla insurance, and it's like $120, $115 a month for absolute full coverage with the lowest deductibles. So I can cover any of like the deductibles without a question if something were to happen. So to me, that's a blessing. And then also my car payment is really, really low, and it should be paid off pretty soon. So, I think without further ado, I'm going to try to get into these leveling roulettes, see how many I can tolerate before I end the stream. Because, who knows? And you have to play as the class. You have to play as the class that you're working on a phantom weapon for. So, I am restricted to just playing a DPS class for now. Oh yeah, so anyway, to go back to the story, after a while I was like, oh yeah, by the way, it's 2045. I have to get back to my car where I was parked at level 1 and make it home before 2300 because I don't want my insurance rates to raise. I I can barely afford it, you know. Well, sorry, it's not that I can barely afford it. I just don't want to afford anything more than that. So we head down. His whole apartment complex is just this giant upscale thingy, and it takes forever to get out of there. I can't imagine moving in. We had a conversation about that on his way, as we were leaving. I was like, you have to bring all of your stuff through all of these doors and key gates and elevators, and I'm like, I can't. And there's no service access whatsoever. So that's completely insane to me. But we got in the car. He drove me over to where I was parked, and then I managed to get in my car and make it home in 2 minutes flat. So I did make it home. My car's parked, and I checked my score this morning, and it did not change. So, and there's 0.0% of late night driving scored on there. So all is well. So as for the outfit today, I'm feeling kind of a little bit in a cozy, cold, and sweat. How are you sweaty and cold at the same time? It's like that weird temperature in my house to where you're just like how is this happening? Or you're cold but hot at the same time? Make it make sense. So anyway, I'm in a little bit of a cozy gray mood. I'm wearing my gray beanie that I've had for fucking almost 20 years. And then a gray jacket, gray top. My glasses I'm wearing my Ray-Bans, and these are silver, so feeling very gray and cozy today. And the weather is kind of cloudy right now. So it's a perfect time to just be gray. Other than that, it's black for me. We got a queue. We got a biter. I expect maybe the leveling roulette will jump up a bit when people realize that Zamail Darkhold. This one's so easy because of how it makes how the crystal veil makes damage nil. Actually not null. Oh. Okay, that's weird. Dude, you can take all of these down to the final area, and you will not be taking any damage. And also, the healer is a mentor. What are you doing? You can take all of these. Take all of them down. Then we can have them beat in a minute. Wait, is there no more Crystal Veil? Wait, what? Oh my gosh, have I not been in this dungeon that long? I guess so. Look it. There's no more, Oh, that is weird. Okay, so I guess I'm wrong. They completely changed Zamail. The floating eye is just here. He's not harassing the dungeon anymore. Well, that kinda sucks if you ask me. do these things? Are these things just regular? Oh my gosh, you don't have to go in the Crystal Vale anymore. That is kinda scrubby. I do not like that. My age is showing, I guess, when it comes to this game. That is really weird, and like the arena is so tiny. I'm not gonna hold you, but like Zamile Darkhold was one of my favorite dungeons starting out. I loved doing this one because of the elements of it, and it's completely changed. They said that's different, or this is different, the healer, and I was like, right, what the f— Also, thank you guys so much, whoever was the 20th follower. That's pretty awesome of you. I hit 20, I can't believe it. I just noticed. So thank you guys so much for following. This looks all the same. Bastards. Does no one want any company credits? I do. Give me that gear if you don't want it. Oh, it looks like they changed. There's no countdown timers anymore for these explosive rock thingies, these explosive corrupted crystals. Now, if any of you guys are wondering, I have my mouse set up to where I can play this game completely one-handed, so it's really me playing. Promise I'm not that fancy. Because sometimes, well, actually, I'm not even gonna say sometimes, like back in the past, I used to snack while eating, like on lunch. So my hand would literally be like in a bag of Cheetos or something while I was playing the game because I made no time for meals when I played this game back in the day. So yeah, I was one of those, but I just haven't changed it since. I don't need to. I only use my keyboard actually for directionals, like to move my character around, but I can do that with the mouse too. I just have to do the whole body movement, whole body and camera movement. Batal. Two-player comms. They didn't even allow me to like give them any comms. We're in for it again. Let's try to get this. I mean, I at least want to get like a few in. I'm not really doing anything like all day anyway. There's stuff that I do need to do. Like I haven't fed my dog just yet, but she can eat in about 40 minutes, 41 minutes, 40 minutes now. I do have to get some more water for tea because I'm, nearly out and I love my morning tea. If you guys were wondering which one I do drink most of the time, it is Ito and matcha green tea. So it's like an infusion of both, but that's typical, and I have it completely plain, like no sugar, no sweetener, no like honey, no lemon, nothing like that. And I also use it for when I have like my sicky time tea. Well, that's what I call it. And I've been calling it that for like a very long time. And if I do have that one and I'm like not feeling well, it's a slice of lemon, a bay leaf, honey, and ginger. And I grate the ginger into the tea and then like also kind of eat it. So you can get it like a few pieces here and there. It's actually really, really good. But fortunately, I haven't been sick in a really long time. So and then like I have to kind of fill out my diary, but I can spare an hour a bit later. I'm still behind on that, guys. Like, it's bad. And like my diary is expensive. Let me see. I'm gonna grab it so I can show you like a preview. Okay, so this is my diary. It's in like a Moterm black, I suppose faux leather cover. I'm not sure. They say it's leather, but it could just be genuine, which is like the lowest grade. But I have a cute little black cat clip on there. Only because they didn't have a Shiba Inu. And I already have one. And like, this is the size of my writing. Like, it's tiny, I know. So it takes some time, but... And I've just been, there's some pages that I have to backfill that I put notes and sticky notes on, but, yeah. And it's just 2 pages per day. So they're dated at the top here, and this date counts for across these 2 pages. I know it's not the most interesting thing to show you guys, but like that's what I've been like stressing about lately is backfilling. So like I'm stuck on the 26th and it's now the 28th. And then I also have a couple pages to backfill, but you know, in due time, I suppose. But my diary was like $75. So it's kind of like a big deal. Like that's a lot of money. And then I have my planner, which is just a traveler's notebook. And this one is pretty basic. I track deliveries, and I track things that I need to do, like in the future, and I also track my fasting. So, start of the year, my fasting. Like the periods that I go without eating. So... And I actually have to write in, yesterday's for today. The vault. I wonder if there's any changes that they've made to the vault that I'm unaware of. I haven't done this dungeon in quite a while. Typically, I'm not a roulette person. For lower than expert, maybe level cap now because level cap's kind of new. But I don't level, and also none of my classes are below level 90. So. Should I just be self-decorating? Sir Adelfeld. Oh, the healer I was seeing DC, seeing the Pokeball. I don't care if you guys don't want to do the shit I do. I wiped my company credits, or my grand company credits, by buying like teleport tickets and more ventures that I do not need. Sir Greneau, the bull, will apparently cut me to pieces because he's a sick son of a bitch.
I will not yield to you! I have the power!
To shut the hell up. You just refuse. I don't know, I used to think the Heavens Ward were super cool, and then they killed our friend. And I was like, yeah, actually, after fighting you guys, going through the vault and all that other stuff, you guys are sick as hell. Religion be doing that, I guess.
Down with you!
Die already, bastard! The fuck? Sitting around at 0.1% knowing you're good and well dead. I just want to get through this. I don't want shit. I want shit.
Filthy rats!
Filthy rats. I love Chari Bird though.
Get on with you!
I hate that they nerfed this fight so many times because people just couldn't get through it. That's really unfortunate. I think it was like one of the most difficult dungeon bosses, but with good reason. It was one of the Heaven's Ward.
This shall be a mercy. You disgusting.
Disgusting.
Sickness must be cursed.
Oh, both my pretties.
Get on with you!
You gotta stand close to each other since we get certain changes. All right, I'm gonna grab some more tea. I'll be right back. Okay, so I'm back with some more tea. I fed the dog, fed Nato-chan. And let's queue in for another round. $14,000 ventures, y'all. And I'm about to hit 14,000 exactly after this venture. That's crazy. Oh man. There's a lot of people in queue for leveling roulette, and they only have... So when you know anything about like servers and instances that are designated for those types of like... They're like, what can I relate it to? Partitions? Like they'll have like a certain partition of a server that's dedicated to like leveling, towards expert, towards, you know, alliance raids, that type of stuff. It was just 28 a second ago. So, for my understanding, that's pretty much how they have like instances, and that's how you don't have to wait for every single queue. So if you have like a partition that's just for like alliance raids, you only have to wait an alliance raid queue and for how many people that are designated in there. And then like for leveling, they have like a partition of server space and like instances that is designated for people. I think they're... I mean, I could be wrong, but I think they actually have likely 3, maybe 4 instances per server or like batch of people. Just like when we go into like a heavily populated area directly after like a patch of some kind, they'll put instances, and I think the most I've ever seen them implement were 4 instances. So they were just like 4 mirror instance copies, so more people could load in them. And I think per like world, they have 4 instances per, gosh, what is it? Per like instance set. So like leveling, expert, level cap, all of those type of things. But that's just like my hypothesis based off of playing this game for so long. But it would make sense if that's the way that they did it. I come kind of from a little bit of a technical background, but I obviously played no part in building the infrastructure for this game, so that's just a guess. So, looking at my finances, it looks like my subscription came out, which is awesome. I used to pay like every 6 months because it used to save me 1 month, but now it doesn't. And no matter how much Krista I had inside of my account, ready to be used for like my payment, it would never process, even though I had Krista selected as it for the 6 months in 6 month intervals, that is. So now I'm back to monthly. I just make sure the money's in there because I pay for the companion app. I pay for 2 extra retainers. So like my monthly subscription comes out to $23.81. Right. Yeah, $23.81 every single month. And it's just easier that way. I used to load Krista up into my account, and it'd be like almost $300 worth of Krista per year. But the 6 month intervals, like no matter what I did, it never paid for my subscription whenever 6 months rolled by and it was time to renew. So that was just kind of frustrating. And like, it's kind of frustrating too to do like the monthly subscription, because I'm used to 6 months at this point, paying it 6 months at a time. But if it's not gonna work, like, I don't know if it's Krista or if I just need to have the cash in there for 6 months. But like, who has that much money to just... I don't want to keep like $140 in my checking account, because that just means like, oh, if you have like automatic bills or anything, they're absolutely going to take, and then when it's time for your bill to come around, you're going to be short the money anyway, and then you're going to just have to subscribe. Oh, well, that sucks. Bardam's Metal. This is a good tank. This tank knows what they're doing, and I am here for it. These people are clearly leveling roulette grinding for their phantom weapon. You can just tell based on the attitude. The way that they're playing shows that they're just trying to get through it as quickly as possible because they have more to do. So let's take a look. Yep. Wait, what am I doing? I have sleepy sheep, well, caracals, but sheep, or tender lamb. To be honest, I just love Black Mage. There is no greater class in my opinion. Like, if I could only play just this one class, it would be this class for eternity. I'd be like, oh, my other classes? Yeah, you can take all those levels. Take them all back. I just need to stay as Black Mage, like, forever. Need it, but I'm getting in this bubble. So much time spent being a scholar and having like people that are just literally refusing to be inside the bubble has like trained me to not be those people even if I don't need it. Where your legs, Bardem? Look at it, has the little droids from FF11. Hello. Meddling mata. Should I use this? In for another one. I don't think I'm gonna do turn-ins. I think I'm gonna, if I can get to 1200 and just it'll hold it all, I think I'm just gonna keep doing that until I get 1200. I just don't know how long it's gonna take. So, I took a picture of myself last night. I know I show you guys my screen a lot, but let's see if I can find the picture I took last night while I was out. Just like a bathroom selfie. Let me show you guys what this looks like. My sleeve is wet in the picture and I didn't know it until after. Look at my sleeve. Why is it? Why didn't I notice? Hey, at least I was washing my hands, right? But yeah, I wear that. I wear what I wear on stream like literally everywhere and every day because like I've lost like a lot of weight since I started this like whole new lifestyle thing, and like I have no clothes, and it's just awful not having any clothes. So I just pretty much like wear underwear everywhere. And a hoodie. Like, no one knows. No one can tell. Or at least I don't think they can, but you know how Karens are. Karens be not minding their own damn business and getting slapped, so... But luckily I haven't had any, so I don't think anyone can tell. Go to the shooting range? Yep, completely in my underwear as well. Go to the bar? Yep, completely in my underwear as well. Play video games on stream? Yep, completely in my underwear as well. No one's any the wiser. You know, I should probably go turn these in. And maybe I can check on my squadron, see if they're back. I just do those for Primal Recon, which typically gives company credit voucher thingies and the Aetheryte tickets as well. So like Grand Company seal tokens and the Aetheryte tokens, which give you like reduced Aetheryte teleportations. So back in the day, I used to really, really love this dungeon. It had just like a jazzy tune that just felt really cozy, especially when you're surrounded by books and study like things. It's also a really well designed dungeon, in my opinion. Like, look at this boss. Demon Tome? Oh, that was bad. That was bad. And my cast is so fast that I couldn't interrupt it. Oh, wait, what? How? Anyway. Nice. Well done. I guess we forgot to get the other page 64. Page 64s do not move, so you have to kill them in their spot in order to let down the seal. I think the team just kind of forgot about that. Biblos. He's got to get on his safety book. I know though. I see baby girl. Getting a lot of loot. There it is. Priority Aetherite Pass and Priority Seal Allowance. Gosh, the name's always slipping me. Sentinel Cuirass. Do I have that? Keep it, I guess. But I think there's a dupe, a copy of that one. Or I think that one could be the dupe copy. Let me check. Oh, my working out pigs. I know there has to be one in here somewhere. I think it's a blue one as well. Unique. Oh man. That person looks like it. Exactly. Mindaruva. This little shit. There's something going on with this team. Like, they're like skippy. Mindaruva. Drupad. Someone in party says they really overtuned this dungeon. I'm not sure what that means. It's a challenging one. It's one of the first dungeons. If you look at Holminster Switch, it's one of the hardest dungeons that you can play at level 71. For Shadowbringers. And this is the first dungeon of Endwalker, and it's one of the most challenging for that level, so... I mean, and they're really long. I mean, just take a look at Trusts. They're extremely difficult to get through, and all the other ones, they're not so difficult, but... That's essentially the point of that. So these are absolutely meant to be challenging. And to be fair, I think it only started during Shadowbringers. And watch, when next expansion, when we get 8.0, the first dungeon is going to be a doozy. Because you have to remember, they're creating a dungeon that's going to be in a whole different bracket of difficulty, and they have to essentially tune it to be, for when you are max level, it'll be pretty easy to beat. And that's going to be a bit different than your previous expansion's maximum gear, which will be considered low. Because the new bracket of like levels that you're gonna get is gonna be so astronomically scaled, so much higher than the previous expansion in terms of percentages, that they can't just slowly go like, oh, you know, we're gonna go 5%, 10%, you know, or even fine tune it further than that. Be like, oh, it's 1% more difficult because it's the next one, then it's 2% more difficult because it's the next one. It's just not. A lot of like the programming, from what Yoshi P's explained, and especially how it's done for like Black Mage, for example, they're all percentages. They run off of percentages rather than numbers itself, and if they didn't, Black Mage wouldn't function the way that it does. Sandaruba. Why are we waiting? Hurry up. Oh my gosh. And also regarding the percentages, I believe that everything is in a single point decimal percentage. So like 0.1%. That's how everything is operated in this game as of right now. It does seem like they're I don't know how it's going to possibly be possible, but if the numbers are kind of getting out of control and the boss hit points bars become like several 100 million, if not even further than that, they're going to have to do a stat crunch again, which I just don't see how that's going to work. Given the fact that we went through a stat crunch already, and it pretty much made the numbers of like ARR stuff be like in the 2-3 digits.
Right now.
I mean, also at the same time, I wouldn't be like bothered if Square Enix and Yoshi P and them devised a way for ARR level stuff to be like, you know, single and double digit damages. Because like, if you think about, I don't know, think about Magic the Gathering. When you're attacking someone's points, like it's not like, you know, a lot. It's not really high. Or if you look at Dragon Quest, you're not really doing like a super crazy amount of damage to enemies. And I think that should be okay. So if we were to scale it back to where ARR, you're doing like, you know, single to double digits, maybe if you're lucky, a high. Or like a low 3-digit number. Awesome. As long as it makes everything else like make sense later on down the line. I'm not entirely sure how World of Warcraft handles that stuff, but I think that was the primary reason for the initial stat crunch, was because the amount of hit points the bosses would have at the end of the game would just be, I think he said it was like in the billions. And that's just like Diablo level, like crazy for hit points. Sindaruba. Oh man, got another one. Okay, the 1,000 snores of Toto Rack. Oh my gosh. No. What am I supposed to do? Does this refresh? Oh. No, it does not. I don't know what to do. I haven't been in a dungeon this low in a very long time. Oh, that's so bad. This dungeon used to put me to sleep. Okay. I'm not even gonna lie to you, a lot of dungeons put me to sleep because they're just... Even ones that seem like intense to the outsider, my brain's like, this needs to be worse. And that's kind of why I do savage level content, but I just can't find anyone to deal with. So it kinda sucks, but you know. I can't even get anything off, honestly. Cast times be trippin'. Yeah, this dungeon has changed, like, so much. I mean, I do welcome the change, but it's... They also need to cut cast time for, you know, Black Mage, because it's the only one that has a difficult time. In lower level dungeons, for that very reason. Like, things just like are dead really, really easily, really quickly, and we don't have a lot of tools. What do I do? Oh, I remember you have to do the transpose dance. I remember when Blizzard 2 used to be a point blank. Yeah, I'm not going to get used to that. Gracias. Player comms. Those boys thought I was cute. Torturers, ducktails. Toaster coaster. fall damage used to get us. But there's really no reason for them to put fall damage. I mean, it's realistic, like, sure, but... I remember when this dungeon first came out during Heaven's Word, I hated this dungeon. Hated it. And I know I'm not alone. First of all, the first reason why is it took very long to get through. A lot of people didn't understand the mechanics of any of the bosses, no matter how many times that we did it. And it was the cause of a lot of grief for wipes. So I knew what I was in for every time I got this place. I was like, man, we're just all gonna die. They changed this boss entirely. I mean, even the first boss, they changed a whole bunch. This one used to have like the mustard gas bombs. And they would go around eating the little gas clouds. And no one would ever target the gas bombs. And then they would just get really large, and they'd eat 3 of the gas clouds. And then they would explode, and we'd all get like this bleed, this poison. Not to mention the most obvious one that people wipe on. Do your damn job. wing. Chicken wings. Bastard. Yeah, look at, they took out Estinian. No more Estinian. I guess no more mechanics that make this dungeon extremely slow. Gotcha. I need loot. I gotta restore my Grand Company seals, so... Oh, wait. What's going on here? Okay. So the crystal paste is collecting, as you guys can see. It's just not showing up on the requirement because the mission itself only requires 100. Ah, Sastasha. Level 15, bring it. I'll check the bloody memo. so I might be late to the game, but I just noticed the Sestatius theme is also used in, what, Anamnesis? I guess we never needed to beat those things. Oof. Oh. Not me. What are they saying? Oh, duh, it's blue. So I guess the plan was that the tank was going to pull all of the Shade Seekers to the end. Not in line of sight. I can see it. Son of a bitch. Anyway, I guess the Shade Seekers, he couldn't take them all because the healer is new or returner, or maybe just a new healer in general. This is getting so frustrating. Really annoying the way they have the lower level for Black Mage, so I don't do the old shit. It's weird. Like, I think there's like 4 different play ways that you have to learn to play like the Black Mage at different levels, like different brackets, and it's like frustrating. Sitting at almost 3-second casts. At this level, my like Blizzard 3 would be 4 seconds almost. 3.5 seconds. Oh wait, I thought that was... This is supposed to be an extremely like fast engine, and the way that the tank is doing things, it's making it really slow. Don't pull the enemies out of my LOS. Otherwise, like, just don't do it. It's a little puppy. We actually have to kill a puppy. How evil. Let's see what Ranu's doing. Let's go to the gold saucer, trade in some of these cards, do my mini cactpot. Oh, I got a little something. Oof. 40 frames. Sub 40 frames per second. I don't know, it's probably busy, that's why. Grab. While you wait, I can write down my last fast and when it broke. Oh, this is lucky. I swear. I prefer like the higher level dungeon stuff. It doesn't have to be extremely high, just like past level 60. Because my hotbars are set up in a way to where they are end level. So if you look at my left side, that's when I don't use any key modifiers. That's specifically single target. However, on the right hand side of the screen is when I use a control modifier that's on my mouse. It's a third click, and that puts like AoE. Those are my AoE commands. However, you see that there is a blizzard here, a blizzard button here. That would normally be fire, but I had to have blizzard on there. They both turn into paradox at a later level. But it's weird because I have all the AoEs that are over here except for blizzard, and when I'm single targeting I have to unuse command or, you know, a key modifier, and then to go to the second portion of my restoring umbral MP phase, I have to use a key modifier in my AoE button because there's not enough room on my single targets to continue it, so it's like a little messy for me, but no, it is what it is, I guess. But I typically avoid roulettes for that very reason, so... Why? Someone literally in the fucking Chat just going meow meow meow. Like, shout chat is not your chat. Stop using it like that. People like North American people are so rude. That's like absolutely considered rude on Japanese servers. And it just is. It's not yours. It's meant for like, hey, I'm lost. Can someone help me with this? There's a hunt here. You know, that type of stuff. Not fucking casual spam the fucking shout chat. That shit's so annoying. Especially with goddamn nonsense. Let's see how many of these seals I have. So yeah, I need to still work on the other ones. And I need to go to Primal Recon. I got a Strength and Tactical. Physical and Tactical. Actually, support the training course. View squadron roster, and let me see if I can't just... Normally I'm pretty good with like the same team all in all, but let's see. So the best tank's already there. I need tactical, so I need non-casters. So it's almost there. Nato-chan, 何もしてるの? Nan desu ka? You got something? I think now more so than ever. Like back in my day, no one played the class because it was challenging. Now Yoshi fucked the whole class up and put it on pretty much goddamn easy mode. Now everyone thinks, Mage. Bruh, I stood with Black Mage through the very beginning. You're an asshole. Like, oh, well, they made it so more accessible so other people could play it. Yeah, well, there was a time when fucking Bard used to be a caster. And it was the stupidest thing they ever did. Just like them removing our Astral Umbral timers was the stupidest thing they could have done. What the fuck is this mentor tank doing? You're being slow for no reason. Look at Barnum's creepy little face. Is it a Barnum with no head? No, it's lower. Asshole's trying to sabotage me. Stay in your own quadrant. Jackass. Stand in the middle, dude. That was a hoot. Flashes of Rocco's modern life. Honestly, did not think that this is how I'd be spending my day today. Thinking about what other outfits I can put my squadron in. I've been liking the pig suit since the pig suit came out and just gave it to them. And I have not been disappointed. I think if when the Namazu body comes out, then I want to do the Namazu because I love them. They're like my favorite society quest group to do. That and the Loperids, of course. But I think the Namazu is so funny. And they get drunk off of tea, and that's really cute. Oh, okay. That's been a minute. Holy, look at that. I am righteousness. I swear I'm gonna have to get like a pot of, like a kettle of water and just
so it is you.
So I can just make my teas right here.
You will not defile my new paradise.
we going? Oh my goodness, where are we going? To do all of the mobs all at once? What is going on? I didn't even know that this was possible. Yeah, because it's not. The fuck are you doing, bro? You see this fucking sprout here? This is a sprout astrologian. Do you see that icon right there? They're new. They're under a certain amount of hours in the game. And you want to pull the fucking city. Oh my god. Are we really gonna do this again? Gosh. I don't think anyone can handle this. What is going on here? This, like, is not possible. Look at the healer. This is what the heck? I mean, unless this is just a new character that someone had made. And they're an experienced player, which it's starting to kind of look like. But then again, this is like level 80, so it's not like, oh, for you. You guys. I'm always targeting you. Alright, that was impressive. This person must be like a veteran just playing as like a new character. Level 90 equipment. It's pretty impressive. They still have sprout status, so they have to be a veteran. They probably skip through a lot of stuff, which is completely fine, especially if you've played it already. And maybe a part of me thinks that these two know each other. That's why they're going like that. There's no chat inside of the party. I haven't created a character in a very long time. So I forget the criteria. I have 8 characters, and actually 9 or 10. Because I have like 2 on Japanese servers, Oceania servers. we go. Kitty Girl Elite. Actually, Cat Girl. That's Frognar. Bronzo.
Insects! I will not suffer it!
I will not suffer it! Yes, you will. Should I just use this?
Come no closer! Filthy creatures!
A Rubik's Cube. Or Rubik's Cube. As in the name, and I said a Rubik's Cube, not a Rubik's Cube. That thing. For forgiven whimsy.
I am righteousness,
I am righteousness.
and righteousness will prevail.
I am righteousness. This is a beautiful place.
Can't you do anything by yourself?
Bah! Can't you do anything by yourselves? Bah! They just grow mega sized. Again. That one is also another really difficult one. I'm like, wait, why am I being attacked? And then it turns out Tank's dead. Dead as hell. These little winged sluts over here. No, please don't die. What the fuck is this Reaper been doing? What the fuck? I question whether or not that was even possible.
Very well, if you will not be discouraged.
Very well, if you will not be discouraged. Given a revelry. was the weirdest pulls that I've seen in a really long time. Not like saying like, oh, well, you shouldn't pull super big, but you and the healer don't like coordinate. Like, I don't think it's possible. But who knows? They probably know each other. They might not. The voice actor for Bothri is an extremely talented person. I mean, I think when it comes to like the stat crunches that we have, it's only effective in a percentage. And I don't think it really messes with the overall like strength of things. But I think when it comes to just a percentage, it's also really difficult to make... I don't know. I mean, the healer did fine, even though they're a sprout, which is crazy. So they either, one, the tank and the healer know each other, or the healer is a veteran player and created a new character for whatever reason. And they're just really skilled overall, so... Because I don't think a Sprout could have normally done something like that. But, yeah, I think the stat crunches was necessary just because of, like, the numbers. Like, they're like, oh, our damage is getting too high, and with our damage getting high, to get a boss in proportion, they'd have to have, like, 1 billion hit points. I think that was the reference. It was an alliance raid, so future alliance raids, the bosses would have billions of hit points, and that just makes things difficult for devs to quantify, I suppose. What is this person doing? Let me go turn these in. I still have a little bit. But honestly, in that one, I have never seen a pool that big. Okay, there's someone that keeps crossing in front of the house, and it's making my doorbell and my cameras go off. I believe this is just a demon robe. Yeah. Be right back. Okay, so I figured it out who it was. There was someone on my property. I had no idea that these people were coming over here. It's a guy. I guess he's with City of Mesa or something. I don't know. Which is the utility company. Apparently they're switching our analog electric meter to digital, and it'll be more accurate, I suppose. Maybe if we're lucky, it'll decrease our utility expenses. I don't know. And then the other thing is, apparently it was like too low in the ground, and it was supposed to be replaced like maybe last week or something, but they just didn't do it. He says that he'll replace it himself. So that's pretty cool. And then I just took my medicine and vitamins, and I got a refill of matcha. So, time to continue the grind. So I ordered another one of these. It's in black, of course. The hammer tone green kind of reminds me of the dwarves in Shadowbringers. Like how everything they have is like in Tamra is like this like a hammer tone green. Or oxidized copper green. I don't even know what you want to call it, but I got another one of these in black, but it's 24 ounces because it's really small. And you see how quickly like I drink my tea, so it's just taking like a really long time to get here. I ordered it a couple weeks ago, and it says it'll be here maybe in like another week or so, but it couldn't come soon enough because these are really insulated and it keeps my tea hot, or my coffee hot, or whatever it is that I'm drinking. But the higher capacity, the better. I don't typically drink out of normal mugs and stuff. Even like my last stand one, I really like it. But my tea goes cold in like a few minutes, and I can't. And I'm not a fan of rewarming tea. Or any drink really, that can even be coffee, if I have any. And I hate cold tea, and it's just not for me. So I'm hoping this higher capacity will just be just what I need. So I don't have to refill so often. I have a feeling that the cup is direct from Stanley, and that's why it's taking so long. But via Amazon.
Pray continue onward.
That healer needs to heal. That was scary. pretty damn hot. So I have an OXO electric kettle, an electricity pot, and it only gets to 212, like it boils. I need to get one that has more settings, especially since I really only consume green tea. Because getting it to boiling is just torturous. Or trying to guess like it being under, and it also doesn't have like a stay warm function either. So I gotta get one that's more accommodating to my life. I don't really drink pop or soda or anything like that. So hey, don't you slap me, you asshole! Mouth off. Just checking my frames for a second. Because it improved and it's up to 90. Is it in here? I always have a hard time remembering where these Etherite tickets are. There they are. Let's check provisioning. I don't typically part with this stuff. I'll pepper my inventory's kind of low, so I'm not gonna do that. I think the market board is ruined for the Royal Maple Sap. Yeah, it's demolished. Like, look at that. It's insane. I keep getting these black Hayates. No, 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 no. All the notifications for my door. And look at that. It's crazy. Look at this guy. Look at that suit. boss, if you remember, leaving the contracts, the first dungeon. This one's also pretty steep to get into. So it is just difficult for a reason. It's supposed to be. It's a new bracket, a new tier of difficulty. Disgusting fish. Orobon. There's no way in hell we caught up to this. Dare you abuse the animal? The poor manatee. Or are there punities in here? Not manatee, but punity. Poor thing. And then where did it go? Like, into the wall? vacuum. Or a Kirby, a vacuum bag just filling it with garbage. Drowsy. I feel you, buddy, on that. I'm tired too. I've been at this for 4 hours, doing the same thing. animation not in clutch. Drowsy hands. Look at how cute he is. Hey, we came from there. Such a pretty, like, sometimes I wish they would let us see, like, behind the scenes of, like, the making of, you know, 14. That'd be pretty awesome. And, like, I don't know, like, what goes into making, you know, a frame for a character, or what's it like to build terrain, like how they go about doing that type of stuff. That'd actually be really cool. I'm not really familiar with it when it comes to many other like games and stuff, so I don't really know what the framework is for that. ティーがありがとうございます。What is going on with my phone? Stupid. Nothing with Apple and iOS ever works. Like, ever. I don't even think I'm going to be able to do that one. You can at least try it. As long as, I think as long as you get close, but who knows. I don't know, there's something about leather that I just... It smells fantastic. I've actually for the longest time wanted to get into leather working myself. But it's just like getting the tools. Like getting the tools is the most expensive part. But also there seems to be some type of shortage on cowhide right now, which is crazy to me, and no one wants to spend the money for goat hide. Goat hide's like just really expensive. Mariana? Hi. What are you doing? But yeah, leather is just wonderful. I wonder if the guy is still out there working on... So I had to replace, reposition a bracket for my gate. And I also think I need to try to go to like Lowe's or like a hardware store to see if there's any like these like they're like spring-loaded hinges that will push your gate closed, like if someone leaves it open, so it isn't left open. Because like I live in, like I've mentioned before, a historic district of Mesa, and there's certain rules that they have for keeping houses like in the historic district. I think typically what people do is they have like a 3 or 4 foot fence in the front, and then it can be like 6 or 8 feet tall in the back. But in the front, it has to be like pretty, like waist height, maybe a little taller. But I have a little dog, and she likes to adventure and escape. Shiba-Inus are known for like escaping their places, as most smart animals are. And I just worry sometimes that like the postman's gonna stop by. Luckily, Andrew doesn't do that. He makes sure that my gate is closed all the time. But like maybe like an Amazon delivery person or the UPS, FedEx, anyone that's like not familiar. But I mean, like if you open a gate and you enter it, I feel like it's only customary and like normal for you to close the gate behind you when you leave. Like, what are you, an animal? But sometimes that does happen, or maybe the gate doesn't swing closed when, you know, I'm leaving or something, and that just leaves like a whole myriad of, you know, worry if my little girl was to get out. And she does have an air tag on her, but that's not going to keep her safe, you know? Oh, all right, Vanguard, sweet. That's a pretty good one. This is level, like a level 90, 90, 96, so your seat's level 98. But it's like, all the same stuff still applies. You can double pull. fucking steady casting and you want to stand over me. Jesus. cheeky turrets. These fuckers. I was not about to use the limit break on this mob. The mob is too small and too frail. I think we have one more set of pulls before... the next boss? No, never mind. Protector. Pretty damn cool looking boss. This boss is so cool looking. But also, like, I'm a big fan of, like, Xenosaga and Xenoblade Chronicles, so I just really, really love, like, this type of stuff. It's right up my alley. Mechs, all that kind of stuff. I mean, come on, they're badass. Wanted to use the limit break. I would not mind at all, but it doesn't seem like I want to use it for this boss, so I'll use it on all. Accelerated bomb. will die, boy. Asshole, you died and that move still went off. I feel like he could have been good for the Arcadian as well. Front, behind, tail is back, get in front, tail is front, get behind, tail is behind, get front. Electro turret. I'm gonna stop handing out commendations because people are stingy. But where am I at anyway? 6 away from 4,000. Six-player commendations away from 4,000, where I've spent most of my time playing this game as a Black Mage, just DPS. Or we are underappreciated and we might get commendations now because of our glam. Who knows? there's something going on with, like, my phone or something. I don't... Alright, I will be right back. And the grind shall continue. Okay, I am back, but I need to figure out why my Be Right Back screen does not have my chat on there. Oh, that's weird. Alright. It's perfectly fixed now. But I wish the chat was up there because I sent a message and during my Be Right Back screen. In other words, yeah, I do not know what's going on with my assets, but I have them in a specific folder. And it just doesn't seem to be loading them properly. But it's fixed. Chat's fixed. Give me just a second to check on something. Alright, so I guess the grind will continue. Let me restart my fast timer. So yeah, we're gonna continue on. You know, I could probably go. Who knows? I could probably go on doing this for another 4 hours. I guess we'll see though. Oh yeah. I have this priority seal allowance. And I have to trade in this stuff. Pretty much, yeah, I have this, obviously. Just needing greeting on all the gear. Everyone should be doing that. And then just trading it in for their grand company. And then I have some of these drafts. think it shuts down that one. Yep. Maybe clean up my hotbar a little bit. I typically have it on that actually, let me check what bar it is. HUD layout. Yeah, hotbar 4. I normally have it on hotbar 4 because I only use like the top row and I put sprint up there. And also just like for a click command, but they added this pretty cool command menu. And I feel like that actually might be more useful than having a whole bunch of stuff crowding up my HUD. I mean, I essentially use the Stream Deck, the 15 key one, for that type of stuff. What? Vanguard again. Anyway, I use my Stream Deck as essentially the command menu that they just added in 7.4. But it's pretty nice that they do have it on here now. Easily just move my R button to a different keybind over here on this little side menu for sprint. He has red hair. Let me see. Yeah, he looks pretty cool. He has Omega hair. That's pretty good glam, I must say. Nothing. Hmm. Let's see where I sit. 300. Sorry for the silence. I am just clearing out some notifications, checking off my medication list and reminder, and looking at Sam's Club because I have to order groceries this weekend. And sometimes they have some good deals, but I'm really trying to get some furniture. I'm trying to get like at least 2 like cinema seating chairs, but they're just like super expensive. And like my Sam's Club was out of them too. So they're like out of stock. I don't know. Disgusting. Anyway, let's get back to it. Gosh, people are so fucking disgusting in this country. Healer said wall to wall it. And then everyone dies. And then they say, guess who kept clicking level 100 buttons? No shit, but we're on the level 46 dungeon. The fuck is wrong with you? could wall-to-wall this shit before, but it was part of that a normal ARR charm where dungeons were fucking unique as hell. And now they're all just like copy-paste and kind of annoying. I mean, I don't hate it, but I don't love it either. Like, what the fuck am I supposed to do with this? This is like the dumbest fight now. Suplex. No, I don't want to... Yes, I want to go in there. I hate somehow how some of the prompts are new and they don't require you to say yes or no, and then other ones, they require you to say yes or no, even though there's nothing else for you to do. Are they gonna die again? Jeez. Okay. $320. Got 2 minutes to turn in some stuff. Alright, let's see about my submersibles. Maybe some of them have leveled up some, I don't know. But we can definitely see. Take a look. garbage. Alright, Adloquium's complete. World domination is still at sea. And Tiny Witch is also complete. Tiny Witch is what some of my FC members call me. Because I play Black Mage and I'm tiny, I guess. So, naming the smallest submersible Tiny Witch seemed to be fitting. Hi, Napo. Hi, baby. You want to say hi? Let's say hi, people. Say hi, people. Hmm? You good girl? It's my good Napo. Alright. Alright, honey. This queue's a bit longer now, though. You ever want to show everyone your pretty collar? Good girl. Oh, I gotta put you down. I gotta put you down, honey. Here you go, honey. Oh, it's a mild dark cold again. Okay. You guys know that you're running this shit to spam it, and everyone wants to be the slowest in the planet, and the whole server. The worst luck, I'm telling you. Tank goes, oh, I guess I haven't run this since the change. There's no crystal veil. I don't know why everyone's waiting. much better stop bothering me about standing. Jesus Christ. Natha, what are you doing? feel like this is getting super mundane. Monotonous. What should I do? How many times have I ran it so far? "17 times. Let's see what else we can get. I think I may run it 3 more times. There's just a bunch of other stuff I gotta do. And I have to start preparing for tomorrow. Tomorrow I do bookkeeping to see where the finances are, and then Friday's pretty busy. I go to the shooting range, but I don't know if I want to go. But it's also bill day, and we go running errands. Vanguard again? Jesus Christ. If I get another Vanguard or a Zamail the next run, I am calling it quits for the day. What the fuck is with those right now? I'm so tired of that one. Let's see if I could tough out 2 more. I'm gonna buy it. I like bargains. Starting out in my office again. Not those just laying down, not in her bed. She's like, ah, this floor is cold. I like it. Stone Vigil. Ugh. That was weird. You see naked Barbie and then like she's fully like armored. What are we doing here? What's going on? Stimuli. Vigil? No, it's, I don't think it's that one. You can get pieces, furniture pieces that look like chess pieces. It's like a dragoon and like something else piece. But I tried to find them a long time ago, but they're in like a silver chest. That or Dusk Vigil or something, I don't know. Yes. Explosions. this one? It might be in here. I know it's an occasional trouble. But they're meant to, it's like a furniture piece and it's meant to be like, oh, this is strategic. Let's put this on my, it's like that map table. I don't know what they're called. It's like a strategy board or something. Something that tacticians used to use, or like, okay, one more before I lose my mind. This light is just burning my retinas. monster switch. Jesus. So I am sitting at 400. Four, five, six. So the first 3 turn-ins is 600 total, and the last turn-in is 600 total. And you do 5 for 100. I don't know. I feel like I'm kind of getting a second win, but like only because I've had 3 different dungeons in a row, and the last 4 times there were 2 dungeons that I've had the same 2 in a row. And it's like but do I want to continue to do the grind is the question. Fuck it, who cares? Let's just do another one. Gosh, it's getting so freaking hot in my office. I mean, maybe I could be blessed with like a couple Shadowbringers dungeons since I haven't done them in so long. I'm just kind of sick of Endwalker, and I mean, not sick of Endwalker, but like particularly Dawn Trail and like some Endwalker ones. We all know which ones we don't want to walk. We don't want to run through. Been at this for 7 hours, and it says roll waiting list number 47. It still says 5 minutes, but who knows? Who knows anymore? So my order from Baumkuchen has shipped. They just got back in stock their Fragile Handle with Care brass charms, the new iteration of it. And I had to get one because they were out of stock for like 2 years. And then I ordered one of their, gosh, what's it called? Their GU, what is it called? GU dashboards for my Traveler's Notebook planner in regular size, this thing. So that'll come in handy. I need a dashboard for like particular things. So it's like, this is what I have to do this whole week. So that's I'm pretty excited to start using one. I'm forgetful with, you know, having to manage ADD and shit. So I can tell you, even as adults, we still have, you know, if we were diagnosed with anything under the ADHD spectrum, it's still there. It's probably worse when you're an adult too. And then I'm supposed to have like my new jacket show up today, and it's like not even showing up. And speaking of jackets, I have to take my Endwalker Paladin jacket into a dry cleaner because I think I got like makeup on it or something, and it's white and blue. So I got makeup on it, or I spilled a coffee or something. There's something brown on it, but I'm thinking it's like, I don't know. It could be coffee. It could be just like some of my like foundation got on it. But I can't wear it right now until I clean it. So I just don't know of any dry cleaners around here. But like for my Endwalker jacket, I'm so sad. Gosh, let's see what we got this time. I'm trying to decrease my next grind, which I don't think it'll... The Arum Veil. Like, why does every single Black Shroud dungeon have to suck? They just... The more agony that you're in the Black Shroud dungeons, like, the better it is for everyone. And also, where are the frickin' Thanalin dungeons, please? I've been doing the Black Shroud and the Lenosian dungeons. Still have yet to see any Thanalins. I just don't know what's worse. I'm still at this past 7 hours. And it feels like forever. So it's what is it? Did I have 400? Yeah, 400? 7 hours. So that's like, if you were to multiply that times 2, that's 800 in 14 hours? Or 814 hours, and then like half that. No, another 400 and another 7 fucking hours, man. I don't know if I'm gonna make it. relying on sprint because ethereal manipulation is not available for another 1 level. Like, let's not. Oh my god, man. Just go straight through, please. Oh no, 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 no. Scaring me. I don't even care at this moment. Honestly. Fire starter box, please. This is so... Alright, admittedly, Aurum Vale is no longer like the horrible, tedious dungeon that it used to be. And I'm glad that they limit the amount of mobs that they put in each dungeon because they no longer reward you experience points. The bosses do. So it, like, quite literally does not matter how many enemies that you defeat or skip because they don't give you experience anymore. And that used to be, like, one of the biggest things, too. So there's a lot of people that would just skip enemies, mobs, if they could, and it would just decrease the total amount of experience points that your character got. before you were even capped, so before you were at level cap. But now it's like, yeah, we don't even need to fight these if we don't really want to. And then again, they reduce the amount of enemies per mob now because it doesn't matter. Maybe a little bit of a challenge, but the experience comes from the bosses. Just kill it, just kill it. We might not be able to. I'm gonna sure as hell try though. Gotcha. Bastard. Gosh, this was 50 levels ago. 50 levels ago. This was common practice, standard. $420. This light isn't necessarily killing my eyes, but I think at 7 hours, 30 minutes grind today, I think that this will be it. So, do appreciate you guys tuning in. Thanks again to all the new followers. Following just lets you get a notification whenever I do go live, and I typically will take about 5 minutes to start a stream. Sometimes it goes a little over, but typically I try to keep it at like 5 to 6 minutes. But hopefully I'll be able to stream soon, and thanks for tuning in. See you next time.